All right, boom, baby. Are we live? I think we're live. Yo, CPT time, baby. CPT time, baby. Good morning. It's October 21st, 2025. Welcome to another day in the wonderful arena of the stock market. Um, some say this is the world's largest casino, and I agree. With a little casino background in me, I got some gamble in me. But welcome in. I am going to just bring up a couple things right now, making sure everything is good. All right, everything looks good. Everything is great. Please like the video if you're watching this. If you're listening to this at some point in time in the day, please like it. Much, much appreciate it. Uh, I'm just finishing up my notes and everything. Wow, Beyond Meat just got a freaking announcement from Walmart. That's sick. That's more. That's sick. I should blow the horn already. That's going to be sick. That's money, baby. Damn, Walmart. That's sick, bro. Yo, Beyond Meat. It's at 240 something. That joint gonna go crazy today. All right, so we do got a position in what's that? I know I only trade SPY, okay, but it's like sometimes, like come on, you gotta get in there, boy. What you doing? What you doing? All right, so the SPY is hitting a little bit of a hit right now. Let me focus. Let me get back on what's going on. So it's going to be like fairly close. So this is like good. This is really good, actually. This is really good because if we're going to go for the gap fill, we're going to have to go for yesterday's gap fill to the lower side. I have my parameters on everything already mapped out. I just have to enter them into our notes. But actually, let's get you together. I want. All right, let's enter these. We have 10 minutes. I'm gonna get the skeleton of this together now. 672.71, 672.21. Low 667.27. Let's keep every. No. Okay. Okay. No, we're good. Open is 667.32. What did we close at? 671.30. All right, 30. Let's double check. Our high 672. Okay. Low 67. Okay. Open 67.32. Close 30. Okay. Awesome. And we're right there. Wow, that's sick. The contracts yesterday. That I was not filled. That's a capital C, so small. 671. You know what? We're just gonna put this one in. We're not gonna put the other ones in. And I was looking at. All right, so this is the completion of our notes from yesterday. Monday, 10:20 to SPY. We had no events. Tesla on Wednesday, CPI Friday, home sales on Thursday. All right, here's our. We hit the top end of the range. So right now we are on the top end of the range. We are out of that box range, so that's good. So I can probably put a star. Let's put a star above that. We're on that top end of the range. The gap wasn't filled yesterday. So we are definitely going to have to uh, what time is it? 24. All right, Tuesday, 21. We're still in that top range. We're going to get rid of these levels because they were yesterday's contracts. We're working on today's framework. So we are not really gapped. This isn't a gap. When you go down to gap rules, that's not a part of the gap rules. So we want to get rid of this info, just the numbers. Our time frames we want to keep because they're really important. 11, 11:08, 9:30, 9:39. This allows us to scale out more. All right, so now what are we doing today? Pre-market. All right, so I don't have any pre-market levels. I have my contracts out. Uh, Today we need to look out for data coming from Trump. We want to be very vigilant of whenever that motherfucker is opening up his mouth. All right, so pre-market. Is this pre-market? Yeah. 672.50. It looks like the high. 672.50 seems to be the high. And the low seems to be the current. So let's look for this low. 60.70.50. 670.50. That's a tight range. 72.50. And this was yesterday. This is, and then we hit the lowest point. Yep, 670.50. Okay, awesome. So we have our pre-market. We want to move this, this. We are here. All right. High low. No, no high low yet. We have no open. We have no close. The contracts. I'm gonna put my contracts in later because I don't want people to just come in and get everything and they're going by 9:30. you know, so I actually do want some type of participation. I don't mind if people copy notes. Okay, so when it comes to copying notes and everything, in middle school and high school, that was like one of my main sources of income. I used to write papers and do minor homework for people. So I am completely used to, um, I'm completely used to, doing homework and everything for people, doing work for people, getting paid and everything. Like, I'm used to people copying my notes, you know? I mean, I necessarily don't want to get, paid for it. If someone want to tip me, cool. But like, just don't get my shit and leave. Like the fuck. At least say hi. Do I have time to roll anything? um, I have 2 minutes. No, I can probably just set up. I got my drinks and everything ready. I got my Red Bull. I got my water ice. I got my water. Oh, I got a cup. Okay, awesome. I got my water right here. All right, and it's 9:29. Good luck. Good luck. Ding ding, baby. Ding ding. All right, so we're not gapping, so we don't necessarily have to worry about that. Beyond Meat is definitely gapping up. VIX is up. UVIX is going to gap up. So these guys are going to both be up here, up here. SPY is going to be somewhere like lower. Beyond is going to be somewhere high up here. All right, we got that stuff. What do we have here? We have extra notes over here. Um, all right, definitely data. Definitely want to keep an eye out for the Mag 7. That's big. All right, here we go. Wow, 2000%. Dude, some just flashed up 2000% on my fucking account. Wow, we've made some great money already. Wow, I'm selling too. These are up like 300%. All right, let me manage this money first. And I'm gonna put a stop loss. So I'm not. I have to manage this. I have to manage this first. Let me manage this first because this is kind of crazy. This is fucking insane. In fucking sane. This is insane. If you seen what I'm looking at right now and what everything was like, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. That's crazy. I can literally ring my horn right now. I can literally ring my horn right now. Where's my horn? I can literally fucking ring my horn right now. This is kind of sick. Kind of fucking sick. Kind of fucking sick. All right. I'm managing all this shit right here. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Money, 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 money. All right. And we are going to put a stop loss. It's just SPY. 5 minutes. Are you fucking kidding me? All right. All right. So we are pulling back. All right. Here we go. So you can't put a trailing stop loss on until like 945. That's fucking crazy. Um, wow, that's sick. How much did I sell that for? Okay, sell that for that. Woo, the price is still going up. Wow, crazy. Absolutely, absolutely crazy. Wow, wow. It looks like it's still going up. Well, I had I had about like 12 contracts that was all over 300%. Um that was sick. All right, what's going on? All right. I sold too early. It doesn't matter. You know what they say? Is that you never hear a man crying about selling for profit. But how many times have you heard someone crying because they didn't sell? They didn't sell soon enough. They didn't sell at the high. Or like I said, they just didn't sell. You know, it's like you gonna cry about profit? Like the fuck? Like what are you doing? Holy shit, they're still going up. They're still going up. It's cool. I have runners. I have runners. I sold I sold multiple of all of them, and I sold them when they were on the top end of like 200 and like 80 something percent, 290%. Now they're back at 300 and something percent. My one, the one I have for 116 is 200 something percent, but that's the way up. So those are really good beak wetters right there. Allow me to get in there at like really good times and everything. All right, so we have our parameters and everything is looking good actually. You know what? This is still below tape. Since this is below tape, but that could just be a lot. That's sick. I'll take all that. I'll take all that. I'll take all that. Huh. What did we hit pre-market? Our pre-market high was 72.50. What's going to happen when we hit that 72.50? Because we're right there at the highs. Ooh, look at that sell-off. Ooh, look at that sell-off. How much did I sell that for? Okay. 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 We're still above print. We're still above where I sold the other ones at. You won't even believe what I got them for. Fuck, and I was going to get more. Oh my god! Actually, yesterday I did have more. It was just that yesterday I'm like, all right, like I hit like a couple hundred percenters yesterday, so I was like, fuck it, I'm selling them. All right, I had to stop cursing too. I was like, all right, whatever, I'm selling them. So I sold them. I sold for profit. But if I would have held on to them, oh my god, I know if I go back and look at, if I go back and look at the ones, it'd be sick. All right, so. Mm, mm, so we have puts down and we have our calls down, generally around the same amount, 19%, 13%. So this is yesterday we didn't fill the gap. Oh, While TLT is killing it like that. All right, so beyond beyond me is a little bit too bullish. Is bully. And and I was going to buy a couple hundred shares. Oh, that would have been sick. I would have sold that shit. All right, good morning again. If you just joined the stream, we we had a opportunity to ring the bell once already. Um, we made some great money yesterday from some swing positions that I was looking into Beyond Meat. So Beyond Meat, we definitely made some money from Beyond Meat. We made a lot of money from Beyond Meat. Technically, we can be done. We can be done for today already. I could have woke up 9:30, sold, be done, mo- ring the bell, and go right back to sleep. So today was good. Today was good. All right, so we're wearing thin on these. I don't know. I want to give it some time. These are runners. I'm letting the runner run. I mean, but I don't like the weakness that this is giving. I don't like the weakness this is giving. So we're gonna let them do what they're gonna do. We made our money. Not only did we make our money, it's in our pocket, and now we're moving on to the next trade. Now we're moving on to the next trade. It's turning. It's turning. I don't like that turn. And we still sold them higher than the other ones that we had to. So that's like even better. Like like that's even better too. So that's awesome. All right, so we're lowering our scope. We are lowering our scope. Our spy is showing a little weakness, but we don't care about that per se. Hmm. This was sick. This was sick. This was sick. Because I even bought my contracts way back then for Beyond. But moving on, there's a lot of other things going on right now that we should focus on besides glazing ourselves. Or you should glaze yourself. We're just done. We're done. We patted ourselves on the back enough. Fucking let's move on to the next trade. Let's pay attention to what's going on. You see, the thing is, pre-market, we already hit this pre-market. And on top of that, 673 is the high. Hmm. That did move a lot. Mm. But we're going to do that. I think we're going to keep these. All right. S&P is below print. Is looking like it's looking to, well, technically, we opened up above. Wait, no. Let me see. What time is this? No, I think we opened above and then we just broke below. I think we opened above. Now we're breaking below. The low is 7670 pre-market flat. So, I mean, we can just rip and go from here. Soxel down, Nvda down, Tesla heading down, open door technologies. What are you? You're the S&P bully down. Of course, the bully's down. You're 3 times leverage ETF. SoFi down. You're not even there anymore. Gold down. UVXY up. So if that's spiking up, that means that the SPY is going down. Right now, the UVIX is going up. UVIX is going up. SPY is dropping. So now this is when the notes are going to start kicking in. At this moment, what the fuck? When did this happen? Something on my watch list blew up. Oh no, this must have blew up overnight. Okay, 20, and then it dropped like a motherfucker. That's so sick. So sick. That's sick. That's sick. I was a day too late. Ah, I was too late. I was a day too late. Let's get that off. UFIX spiking. But look at this. This is a gap up. This is where, so this is when the SPY is going to start making his money. This is a huge gap up here. I mean, this is a squeeze, so to short that, it's going down. It wouldn't be that bad of a short. It wouldn't be that bad of a short. It wouldn't be that bad of a short. Let me see if I can find something. Is there anything attractive in here? So I think this is the giveaway for the trade for today. This is the giveaway. Because remember, when UVIX go down, SPY goes up. SPY doesn't have a gap today to respect. Now it has an imbalance on the other side from yesterday. That's at 665. Yeah, 665. But today there's no imbalance. There's an imbalance over here. All gaps must get filled. If they're not filled today, tomorrow. I believe this got filled yesterday. SPY didn't fill yesterday. So we are about to see, because as this fills, this is going to go up. And if you measure this move, 1050 to 1030. All right, so we can just give it 50 cents. That'd be a big move right there. That'd be a nice size move, and we can cap that. Uh, we just gotta watch. We just have to watch. That's crazy. Uh, We are being. That's not bad. Oh no, that's different. Oh, okay, 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 okay. Oh, yeah, Beyond is selling off hard. Balanced out really nice. Balanced out really nice. I like it. Good job. Good job. Good job. It's 9:53. It's real early. We gotta look for any type of news from Trump, from Czar Trump. All right, let me take a bite of this sandwich. We're gonna take a bite of sandwich. We're gonna mix our drink. It's not a mixed drink. It is a mixed drink, but it's not an alcoholic mixed drink. It is Rebel and the Curve. A lot of that nasty taste. I mix it with a hmm. Mm. Mm. That's a hot take. The final season of Game of Thrones killed HBO. You know, this thing. You know, this water ice melted and all that shit. Are these blueberries? What's all that gel shit? I think it's actually blueberries in this motherfucker. Mm-mm. That's not blueberries. Mm. Look how the UVix came down. So the UVix is dropping and the SPY is dropping. That's very interesting. No, here it go. I'm like, where is that? A graph on top of another graph? What the hell? The hell? All right, this is getting heavy on this downside over here. All right, we are dropping precipitously. because this can get ugly. All right. Sheesh. My hair keeps getting in my fucking face, man. My God. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to curse. It's just, my God. Dude, are you freaking kidding me? I gotta tuck my hair behind my freaking headphones. All right. Let's watch. So we hit our pre market high. Hmm. I've just been managing positions. I had a couple calls, but I opened up some calls and puts over here. My puts are paying off. I closed out my calls. I took minor dings, but I'm looking for a reversal because we didn't. There was like no gap fill to fill. But like I said before, we can also go to the low end as well. So, and we are moving that way. But we don't know how far down it's going to go. But we're just going to wait. Mm, I think it's starting to move again. That put. What are you doing? All right, so we have our channel going down. Cool. Now, until we break trend. Now we know in the overall market we are up, but that's fine. This is overnight and everything. Here, this go. Mm, we're still bearish. We're still bearish. But it's so short term. So short term. So short term. So there's a low end that we're also looking for too. We're looking for the low end of 665. That could be a level. All right. It'd be nice to waterfall $5. But everything's going to be on a time release. It's 10 o'clock right now. So we have a structure change. So right here, 671, we had a higher day, 934. 934, higher day. High of day, 671, 671.77. Okay. Let's give some space here. Um, that's important. That's really important. And now here we go right here. We are within the new low of day. So we can watch these, but these puts do not want to pay. It's gonna be the 10 o'clock structure change right here. Hmm. All right. It's looking like it is kind of bottoming out right here. Mm-mm. This is a structure change at 10:03. This is lower day, 10:03. Lower day. What was it? 66998. Mm. Channel. Plus 20. We open here. No, that's one. We open here. And we just drop ever since open, still dropping. So we have two 61.77, and then we have another one, a new low right there. So that was one channel. Here's another channel. So now we have the bottom of this channel right here. This is when we buy a call. And now we want to see for the next structure change. We are heavily range bound right now. Whoa, Bitcoin. That was huge. Bitcoin did a big move. This could be a V recovery with SPY. You know, never know. It's 10. It's 10.11 right now. Tesla moving back up, has a little bit of life. We are ranging big time. We just want to wait. I'm gonna take Beyond off. I'm gonna take. I'll keep it on for a little bit. Oh, look, it almost filled that gap too. Look how much it dropped. What is this? VIX going up. So we still have some gap to fill right here. All right, it's the 5. All right, we have a lull moment right now. So I'm gonna roll me up a little some, take a couple nibbles. I don't think I'm looking for much right now. Are we gonna grind? Look at that. Hmm. a couple calls, a few more calls actually. Remember that area that I told you that we had to hit? Well, the reason why the SPY is going up is because the UVIX is going down. I'm just rolling up right now. Making money is really quiet. Usually we don't do all the cheering until after we made the money. So, so manage your positions and everything, make your money, then go from there. I missed I missed the total bottom of that channel. My add-on didn't hit the near bottom. It got away from me a little bit. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh, today they are playing games today. They are playing games today, boy. Mm. So we tried pushing green like 3 times. That is crazy. That sucks. Mm. Wow. Mm. So we gotta pay attention to the time too. The market can only do. Whoa, that is a puke. Um, um. Man, I just had a thought. Okay, I got it back. All right, here we go. So this is the whole day right here. This is the morning. This is where we are now. 12:30, 1:30, 3 o'clock. So this is the day right now. This is where we are right now in relation to the day. So it's good. You only got but so many moves before the end of the day. You only have but so many moves. 66998. That's the new low. So we just hit a new low. No, oh, no, I think it is. That's the lowest right there. 1023, 1023. Is that a new high day? 7190. Yeah, yeah, that's a new high day at 1023. New high of day 67190. 67190. All right, that puts what up just a little bit. Let's keep an eye out on these over here. Mm. Oh, this is good. This one is this is blueberry Philly water ice and coconut berry Red Bull. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Good mix. Uh, the calls. It's hard to it's hard to find the trend right now because we're going we're going in such a different direction. It's like wide, it's tight, but it's hitting it. It's real tight, but it's hitting it. Let's watch these put prices because we didn't go anywhere. You know, we haven't done anything, but we are waiting. All right, the puts are moving now. AU is down 10% today. That's crazy. Gold is taking a hit today. Oh, we're gonna wait. We still we have a lot of money to spend. We still have a lot of money to use, and we made tons of money this morning, so that's cool. You know, we're marking down our ranges. You know, we're doing our homework. You see, this is this morning. It's been weird. We hit that, we hit that, we marked that, we marked that. We're here now. This came out of nowhere. This came out of nowhere. We were in this trend right here going up. I mean, I like to have a clear trading channel. You know, that's why I'm marking them. Boom, boom, boom. Marking them, marking them, marking them. mm, I see it. I see it. I see the play. I wish I could see the whole thing. I didn't see it before because I'm trying to see the whole freaking thing, man. You got to zoom out. That's why I'm trying to fish for the right chart. Shoot. I, I, I didn't totally miss it, did I? I didn't totally miss it. Ooh, ooh. Mm, you know, but that would have been nice to catch it right there, but that's fine. And we had a reverse at 10:33. Wrap up 10:23 push down. Push down. So that's a 10-minute trade right there. 245 is going to probably be I don't know. Because it looks like it's trying to go up. Got some resistance. A lot of resistance right there. And now we're trying to go back up. So now we're about to check and see if there's any more sellers out there. Because we keep hitting this right here. We keep bouncing off that level. You see? Boom, right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. 5 times. Maybe 6. So this is it. We're gonna have to bust through that. We gotta bust through that. Let's check our mag 7. Mag 7. We're gonna keep you. You're not a mag 7. Let's put them up on the 5s. All right, so you're up. Apple, a little bit of weakness. This is kind of going down, but they just rallied the other day, so it's like, what do you expect there? Berkshire upward, trying to regain their footing, moving up. SPX, sheesh, just out there. Qs are red. Qs are red, trying to make. So this is the tech sector right here. The Qs. This is the ETF for the Qs. So this is what tech is pretty much doing right now, but they're trying to push up. The Qs and the SPY share a lot of the same tickers on that top end. Microsoft, different weights though. Red. Tesla. Tesla does what he Tesla does what he wants to do, okay? Tesla just does his own thing. You don't trade Tesla. You just hold on for the ride. It's just you just jump on and go. Nvda down for the day. Google. I'm looking for any type of recovery going to the upside. We see some right there. We see them on Avgo pushing up. We got some push. Nvidia. We need Nvidia to pick these numbers up. I mean, Nvidia's been on a historical run, but right around this time, Nvidia, that's a heavyweight on the S&P and QQQ. So this is going to hold it down a lot. And if Apple don't pick it up, Apple is also a heavyweight as well. So that's really important to make sure that we hit those certain levels. All right, let's get back to it. All right, here we go. All right, we're going for it again. 671.90. 671.90. That's where we are right now. And you know what? I hit that channel. I didn't hit it hard. I did pick up a few contracts down there. I didn't hit it hard. 673s. You know, I tried here. I tried here. I'm trying here. You know, I tried here big time. I had a good entry here, but then the other contract I bought like a little bit right there, and then I was at. You see, another failure. Look at that, another failure. Look at that. Look at that, another failure. Well, test. I mean, we're still within that 1 minute, so we don't know if it's a failure yet. So we don't know what time is it. It's 43. So we is this no? We're in the five. This is the five. There we go. That makes a little bit more sense. I knew it was in the wrong chart when I looked at the time. I'm like, wait, why is this moving like that? Okay, all right, that makes a little bit more sense. But you see, fake out. So we're overall bullish on the market. So, you know, I want to give myself a little. Damn, gold is down 5%. Silver's down 7.6%. That's it. These contracts I have there, we can hold them for a little bit longer. You know, we're not hitting a channel that's outside of this. Can just be some consolidation. Those two candles, the green candle, this big green guy looks bigger than this big red guy. I wish I can get the numbers, the volume numbers. You see, I wish I can get the volume numbers. All right, so this is data. Oh, that's even more data in those numbers. All right, decision. What time is it? It's 45. Sheesh. We're going to 11. Usually we get big structure changes at like 10, 10:30. We don't have data today, so they're just leaving us to our own devices. And I think that's why it's so choppy. Because at least if we have data, data is easy to trade data because you have data at a certain time. Okay, so you have different time frames that you have to hit, you know. This is happening at 3, this is happening at 12. So the market is going to move a certain way, you know, when there's no data. And this is why you got to look out for Trump. Trump coming in and just talking. All right, I'm happy I didn't sell those contracts. You know, Trump is just going to just come and just say something crazy, you know, do something crazy. You know, Trump is a variable. I seen these a lot higher than that. All right, so that could be a good hammer. You see, but what about the opposite side? This could be a hammer candle, but we have a little bit of a wick on the other side. You know, let me look at these wicks. That's too thick to be a shooting star. That's why you still see the continuation. Indecisiveness on both sides. There you go, right here still. No, we're not seeing anything. You know, my favorite superhero is Batman. Because Batman, he has contingencies for contingencies. He has backups and everything. Nothing is absolute, you know. And he has tools. You know, I believe in tools. Every tool has a job. And when it comes to trading, not just one tool is the superior tool. You know, you have to know a little bit of a lot. You know, it's just not one indicator. It's not just, you know, one trade setup or one thing you're looking at. You know, there's a lot of different things. All right, so here we go. This is important. This is huge. We should break through this. You know, I don't know, but triple top is not good. Look at all this red. That's the spy. Here go the QQQ. But we're so red. How do we have all this red? Well, technically one, two, and that right there three. Uh, Here we go. Oh wow, these contracts are looking nice. I should have got more, but I mean it's kind of scary because they're so choppy. But at least we got a clear zone. That's good. That's good over there. I'm looking for setups. I'm looking for candles. When it comes to handles and shooting stars, it doesn't matter if they're red or green. All right, so we can go double top. I mean, that is questionable. All right, here we go. Hmm. All right, new all-time high is 673. You know, that's a buck 50. There we go. That's nice. That is nice. I wonder should I? There we go. All right, there we go. We're killing it. We're killing it right now. Ah, that's how we do it, baby. Ah, that's how we do it, baby. We getting better every day. Every day. Every day. We do this every day. We get better every day. Mm, I should have got more of those. Mm, I should have got way more of those. Fuck. We're gonna wait. I have some stop losses. Like they're high. I got them really early. I'm trying to think. Do I want to sell? I have a few. I'm gonna get rid of that one. All right, I have one contract left. I sold two of them um for higher than 63 because it was really tight. So we have a couple more. We have some backups too. All right, awesome. So we're just going to monitor these. Okay. We're still up in good profit. We are selling. We are selling. Alright, we sold out of that. It sucks if I gotta touch these. Mm, alright. Wow. We had a good morning so far. Really good morning. So I gotta get that stretch out. Alright, awesome. So I'm looking at these contracts and yeah, they were stellar. Those contracts were stellar that I got. Those 73s. Those 73s were really nice. I'm keeping my eyes on them right now. That 673 is probably money. That's gonna probably be like the contract of the day. You can probably get his. We should break. We should break up because we are at you know right there, 52-week high. We're a dollar off, dollar 60 off, 50. There we go. So we're still trying to listen up for some news. We need news. That news is important. And news is really important. And it's so there's a couple things. 673, 95. When we hit it, what do we do? Are we going to reject or are we going to go through it? So we want to be careful and have tight stop losses because we don't have to necessarily hit like if if you have a projection of to hit a price point of like let's just say 10 and you hit like 9 and change, I'm good with the 9 and change. I don't need to hit 10, you know If some nutty shit happens at 10 because it's like the break even price or something, going up, and I have multiple contracts, okay. I have five. Let's sell three now. Let's have those two go nutty butters, and then we're gonna go from there. All right, it's look like we're making a push up. Gain more than. All right, this was nice. This was nice. We caught all of this. We caught all of that. We caught all of this. We caught some of that. So today's been nice. We got chopped up. We got our wrist slapped a couple times around here, but nothing big. Profit. Well, actually, we woke up with profit from the swing trades, but just sticking to this trade right here, profit. You know, profit. Huge profit right there. Right now we're simmering. Ouch. What? Some news just hit. What? This? What? The? What's being said? Um, oh, we're having a good day. We need these guys to pick up. Sheesh. Oh, that's you, babe. I'm like, yo, Google, Google. That's good. That's really good. All right, that's good too. Ouch, ouch, ouch. All right, the market's thinking. It looks like the market's thinking. Let's look for candles. Maybe we can find some candles here. Whoa, that's bullish. This is a hammer candle. That is a hammer candle. You see, because they tried, sellers failed. It doesn't matter if it's red or green. Sellers failed. There's no top wick on that. That's bullish, baby. That is a hammer. That's a textbook hammer. All right. So let's see what happened with these technicals. Mm, there you go, baby. I do this all day, every day. And please like the video. Mm, please visit your boy. Say what's up in chat. I like meeting people. I like talking to people. I like sharing ideas. I like hearing new ideas. You know, game theory is really big. I believe in game theory. It's good to talk about your ideas and what's going on and what you're thinking about. You know, that stuff is really important, you know. So when it comes to me, that is me. That's who I am. I sold those puppies way too early. I sold those puppies way too early. Mm. All right, so we have a new high day in structure 11-13 or 11-12. So that'd be a good entry for a put so we can measure any type of move to the down. How much risk would I even want to put into that? You know what? I wouldn't want to put any risk into that. I would just want to manage this. Um, what was I about to do? Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna walk this puppy. Mmm. Bet. I want that. That's just protection for the day right there. That's it. Have to remember open up protection. So you definitely want protection for the day. You know, especially if you are. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Right now, the game is protection. I mean, it's always protection, but we're gonna look for some good values too on the way down. I think we're gonna slow down for about an hour, maybe 2 hours. So, decisions. Do you think the market's going to go back up? You know, instead of selling, you hold. But look at the time frame. You know, I think you don't open up any new positions in this time frame. I think now you go over to October 22. You're going to get better value on your money. Mm, mm. This is free fall. Ooh, ooh. I am. That's rough. That's rough. Mm, that's insane. That's insane. Those puts I just opened up, and they're up 50% already. That's incredible. Mm, that's incredible. That hurts. Look at that candle. All right, we're getting out of all that. That hurts. All of that hurts. What is that? I hate to do it. Ooh, that's a huge overreaction. But we are going to wait for that. We're going to let our puts put. Holy shoot. All right, so we could have missed that down. I mean, but in theory, I shouldn't have sold, but fuck that. Fuck. Well, that's the theta burn. You can't buy those contracts back. You can. The further out they were, you can't buy them back. The further out they were, you can't buy them back. So these 673s, maybe because they're going to be within the theta. Uh, hmm, hmm. Wow, that hurt. I'm not gonna lie, that hurt. Not gonna lie, that hurt. All right, where do we go from here? Mm. 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 That that hurt. That hurt. Wow, that protection that I just opened up. Oh my rod. All right, so our daily trend is broken. This is like some open AI. This is like some Google shit right here. 1113 dump. 1113 dump. Dump. This is Google shit. Excuse me. That's crazy. 672.73. 672.83. 73. 73. Sick. Sick. I don't. Is that recoverable? Is that recoverable? What time is it? Ooh, 11:21. You know what? That disturbed my freaking soul. I gotta pee. That disturbed my soul. If you haven't noticed, because there's no way Google. This is Google. This is all Google. This is Google. Hmm. You know what? Let me use the restroom because I'm frazzled. I'm frazzled. I'm legitimately frazzled right now. Like, like frazzled. Like, are you kidding me? That's crazy. What a. All right, I'm back. I was thinking yesterday. There was a point yesterday that I even said on stream. I was like, "Yo, there has to be a way that." I was like, I was like, no, because I did all my homework and everything at night, and morning and everything, and I was like, damn, I'm gonna pick up some Beyond Meat. I didn't look at Beyond Meat until like 11 something, and it already made his move. And then I jumped in there, made money yesterday, realized money yesterday, realized bread yesterday, and then and then I made plays coming into the today, swung them, made mad bread. I was just thinking, yo, if I would have hit that shit the way I wanted to hit it, yo, wow. Uh, I say all that to say this. I should have put it in my notebook. I didn't write it down in my notes. Did I, or did I just ignore it? No, no, I didn't write it in my notes. What about over here? Got that contracts were high, but fake this out. Go with the yeah. Nope, nope. Monday. It's just Friday. No, it's just Friday. I don't know why I put that on. Nope, didn't put the note down, and I should have put the note down. My God. And but today I seen I've been you see me watching the Mac 7, and you see me watching Apple because that now the next thing data we need data Trump. Got to put it downtown. And yeah, we have that protection. Yeah. So sticking to the notes, sticking to everything. I'm looking at these 673s. I got them around like 40. I think I snagged one at like 30 something, the 673s. Then they got all the way up to the first time 70 something. And I sold mine at like 64, 65. And now they're back down here like to 40 something. So today is one hell of a roller coaster. It looks like we're trending down some more. So, I mean, I just want to write everything in my journal and update my journal. I know it sounds so crazy that I'm obsessed with the journal, but if you knew the power of a trading journal, then you would start. That's a whole $7, I think, just fucking jumped. Sick, sick, sick. That fucking thing jumped that much money. Are you? That fucking contract just jumped like damn near $8 in 20 seconds. Beyond Me is doing something crazy that I can't reject. Beyond Meat is doing something crazy that I can't reject. I know I should have snagged that bitch at 40. That was a beautiful price tag. Bitcoin is on the move. All right. 246, 36, 6, 7, 8, 9. Uh, 9. Um, oh, that's more. No, same thing. 246. Uh, and that's 3, 3, 4, 4, 8, 6, 14. Or instead of trying to be a math genius, in which I was correct on my math, um, I can just watch this. Ooh. Precipitous again. Hmm. Hmm. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Hmm. Hmm. We have no gap. We are at upside. We are on the top end. I mean, it's still early, but that's worrisome. But this can just be the lull time. I did want to buy them when they look at this guy. This is troublesome. This scares me. I know people are going to make videos about this. I know I'm going to see videos about this puppy. What is this? Where is this? 1049. Okay, that's not bad. That sucks. Come on, direction. Hmm. You already jerked me. Hmm. Hmm. I wish. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's bullshit. That's down. This is down. All right, I gotta put a stop to this. I gotta sell out of this stuff because this is too. This is rough. Hmm. I don't want this here anymore. It's Google. It seems to be. It seems to be ranging within like a good range. Bitcoin is on the move. Ever since we've been going down this whole time. I could have waited a little bit longer for my interest, but um, oh, that's more. No, no, same thing. 246. Uh, and that's 33448614. Or, or instead of trying to be a math genius, in which I was correct on my math, um, I can just watch this. Ooh. Precipitous again. Hmm. Hmm. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Hmm. Hmm. We have no gap. We are at upside. We are on the top end. I mean, it's still early, but that's, buddy. What's going on, buddy? Because before that was easy math. When I almost, woo, woo. I was okay. You see, I had some meat on the bone, and I didn't want to sweat it, but that was a sweat. That was a sweat. That was a sweat because they. Mm, 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 mm. All right, so I I don't want to sweat. I don't want to sweat because that's a nasty sweat. That was a nasty sweat. But this was a new low of the day right here at 11:38. 11:38. 671.44. 671.44.40. That price. We were at 72. Okay. 672.70. 672.70. So we're like $1 away to hit that. All right, I'm just doing some math right now. That is interesting. I think we stand pat. We have protection on the downside. I think we hold pat. I mean, right now, if I have conviction, I should definitely buy some more contracts. I think Trump speaks today too. Mm. 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 Conviction. Conviction. I mean, we have a little bit, we are definitely going to attack. When does this guy talk? Let me see if I can maybe find some info on when he speaks. Let me ask ChatGPT. All right, nice. We're gonna check out some candles in a second. Oh, you know what? We're gonna check candle. We're gonna check out some candles on the higher time frames too. Uh, that's a shooting. Ugh. Why the fuck did I open up a shooting star? Okay, all right, update. Okay, all right, okay, it updated. I'm like, ugh. All right. It looks like now we're going to bullish on the half. It looks like we're leaving the bearish. All right, that 4 hours looking good going into going into the second half. Alright. 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 Whoa. This this is scary. We don't want that to go green. We don't want this to go green. We want this to stay red. Usually we want these two. Where are we? Okay. Oh, all right. So it looked like they did that. So we should do another leg up. It looked like they were sweeping a lot of calls. They were sweeping a lot of calls right there. That's why the entry matters. Because if you have a good entry, you can go through a lot of that muck. And then if it does a big drastic change, like right here, you could have bought like right here, then when it does something like that, you're like, ah, but if you bought down here, you have a lot more. You got a lot more meat to the bone. You sold those way before here, unless you're just like, you know what, I'm not selling my calls. And I think I'm at that point right now in the day. Like I'm not selling my calls. Like even if we do take a hit, I don't think I'm going to sell my calls, especially if they're not. This is good, especially if they're not like big out of the money theta hit plays. But if they're going to do like oh, this is a head. I didn't want to see that actually. That's the banks, financials, technology, freaking Google, Avgo. I wonder, are they? I think that's the size, maybe the weight in a particular ETF or something. How can we improve our position? No, we can wait. We still got some. Hmm. All right, what's going on? Let me say what's up to them. I need some information that I cannot find. Is Trump? What time is Trump today? That's so much fucking riffraff right there. So much riffraff right there. This is looking rather aggressive. This is looking right aggressive, but it's right on the precipice. Yesterday we did a really good job managing everything, and today, Friday was rough, but Friday made me become a little bit more cognizant of a lot of things. I missed a lot of opportunity on Friday. We made some money. We had some really good plays, but it wasn't anything impressive. And look at this. What I say? Too aggressive. So aggressive. Why are you so aggressive? Why are you so aggressive? Why are you so aggressive? That was an attack to the downside, that move. I had to take my finger off the trigger. I had to. I was having a standoff. I'm having a standoff with these charts, bro. I'm looking at the chart. I'm looking at my phone. I'm looking at the chart, like the screen. I'm looking. I just wanted to be. I just want my nerve to just twitch. You know that vein in your wrist. I'm looking at like two veins right now in my wrist. And if certain fingers move, you know that your wrist moves. You can see the vein in your wrist move. So I want that thing to just be a twitch. You can hit that thing with a pencil, and my thumb a jump, boy. Woo! You gotta, you got, you can, sheesh. You can hit my. All right, that's another alarm right there, man. Wow, 12 p.m. There's a speech, Trump speech, and that is the what's the name right there? That's the event. You always want to know about these events. These events are very important. Let me tell him thank you. Thank you. Trump in 6 minutes. BTN excited. What's Trump's talking about today? We be having. We know he won't get on for another 30 minutes or an hour. He's always late. Let's keep an eye on these contracts. Let's see what's going on. Awesome. Oh, you know what? There was an area that I wanted to check down here. Okay. All right. So it's nothing crazy. It's still there. This one, you could have gotten this one at a okay price. Well, I'm starting to really understand. Okay. All right. So it's nothing crazy. It's still there. Different. That would be different. I thought I understood, really understand them now. So, I'm gonna start jumping on them drums. Hmm, that would be different. That would be different. All right, the speech may be our benchmark. All right, that's high day. All right, we hit high day at 12:04. High of day 672, 672, 66, 66. Um, going up, I'm going upward. I'm gonna say what a snag, what a snag. What a should go out. We should go out and we should look at see if it's stepping. Higher highs, higher lows. Ooh, you seeing nothing there. All right, there's the contracts. I gotta get our high low. Well, we are hitting highs and lows everywhere. What are you doing, bro? Okay, that's not bad. That's not horrible. That's not horrible. All right, so we have boom, boom, consolidation. Look, we're gonna. I think we're in by the dip. Still going up. is the 5. Technically, we still really didn't, you know. All right. There's the contracts. I gotta get our high low. Well, we are hitting highs and lows everywhere. What are you doing, bro? Okay, that's not bad. That's not horrible. That's not horrible. All right, so we have, boom, boom, consolidation, still going up. Is the 5. Still really didn't, get there. That's a point of contention. That's a really big point of contention right there. Like, it's not like that's no joke. I should probably really rethink about some things right now. Can I rinse? I can rinse everything. Can I really rinse everything? Yes, I can. Uh, hmm. You know what? I think we wait. I think we wait. I think we hold pat now. Can I rinse? I can rinse everything. Can I really rinse everything? Yes, I can. Uh, hmm. You know what? I think we wait. I think we wait. I think we hold pat. I think patience is key. To say, I was like, wait, what? I'm like, that's not representative of like what I'm looking at right there. Okay, okay. Wow, that was quick. I seen that before, so that was like in that minute. Okay, wow, that's funny. Sheesh. Sheesh. Uh, I was like, I was like, yeah. I was like, all right, there we go. So I think tomorrow I want to try something different. I think tomorrow I'm gonna find the contract and I'm gonna attack it. I'm gonna attack it. I'm just gonna keep attacking it. Is when I attack it, attack it, attack it. Uh, I think I'm starting to see theta slip a little bit. Let me see. Let me see the Greeks. The Greeks theta. Uh, I used to know the rate of theta and how to do the math on it. Um, I'll look into it so I can get it because it just changed from negative point 1.8. I guess not 1.8 now. It's then it was at negative point 2 or 20. Now it's negative 19. But we want to get into positive theta. Those aren't even positive theta. That's not even positive. Let me come down here. There we go. So is it guess that is. Okay, so you want different numbers. Let me see. What are you changing from? What are you? Ooh, 0.02. So, and that's the rate at which the contract is going to move. I do know that much, as that number change, because these are derivatives. These are deriving from another price. It's the SPY price isn't just a SPY price. It's taking all these other prices, putting them all together, and then it's making this move. Uh, Derivative. So it's good to know the theta, especially the theta on your contracts. The lower the theta, the lower of the rate in change. So it's just not the green contracts. I'm looking on Robinhood right now. It's not only the green contracts, because that can have a theta of, I'm seeing a 0.12, 0.11, but then I seen one that's deep in the money and it's like 0.02 or 0.002, something crazy like that, so they're not going to move that much. It's going to take a lot for them to move, in either direction, you know. So it's perpetual, but once you get to a certain point, in those contracts, you have a lot of strength, but going into negative to positive theta on a contract is huge. It's huge. It's massive. That's why finding the right contract is very important. Just like I said, Batman, he's just not good at one thing. He's good at like a lot of things. He knows what tools to use, There's different ETFs you can use. There's so many different stocks that you can use if you don't want to touch the market. It's pretty cool. It's really cool. I like the nerdy shit, man. I think want to go over there so bad. That's a whole dollar. Not even a dollar. Yeah, a dollar. It has to move a dollar. Can we get to that dollar? Hmm. That's interesting. That's very interesting. 20. Hmm. Mm. Let me do this. Hmm. That's interesting. That's very interesting. 20. Hmm. Mm. Let me. It sounds like this thing wants to. All right, I'm back. I had to take care of something. Whoa! Whoa! What was that? What was that? Hmm. There is a lot of contention at this. Oh, everyone's waiting for Trump. Everyone is waiting for Trump. So, mm, 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 mm. Everyone is waiting for Trump. I should have saved that. So, let's put a stop limit on and look, the burning time. Mm, 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 mm. Uh, if I'm being truthful, this is a shooting star pattern. That's bad. If you are bullish in the market, and right now I am bullish, and this is a shooting star pattern. You see that it has a small body, big wick. That wick to the upside, the shooting star. What does shooting stars do? They fall down to earth. They fall down to earth. The hammer is something different. The hammer is when it has a long wick down, small body. But that is a perfect. And this is how you can enter trades on the spot. You know, you just look for that, and it doesn't matter the color because it's shooting star or hammer. That's the direction. This shooting star put. So if you were to open up a put like right there, and then you ride it, and that is that particular put's um life, and then that's when it looks like you can maybe grab that one. Hmm. You know, a 3 minute bar is not a trade. You know, you need acute follow through. But you know that could be a spot of the trade. You know, you have to give these times. You have to give these things time to to go. You know, you can spend $50 on a contract. It goes a different direction. You lose $4. Cool. You know, so it's minus $4. You put that money away for tomorrow because you sold out. You know, another contract minus $3. You know, another one, but then you hit your big lick. You know, you buy at a good entry, you add on at a better, then it follows through. You know, and then and that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Did we open that? Let's get some of this information on the board. We open that 671.42, 671.42. All right. Whoa. Whoa. Buddy. Buddy, chill. What is that? What is that? Mm, mm, He said the news is JP Morgan. That's very bad news. Let's cancel those in case we do run into them. All right, so let's see how we handle this. Hmm. All right, overreaction. Overreaction. It's still bullish. Wow. All dips get bought. All dips get bought. Wow. That was a big bear trap. That was the bear trap. This was the news. This was the bear trap. So between the oversell or the over exaggeration, uh, wow, what a swing. What a swing, man. You gotta have some. Sheesh. You gotta have some blood.
The big lunch, the celebration that the president promised to Senate Republicans for holding the line on the government shutdown as well as passing his nominees. And of course, there's going to be a lot of conversation, I suspect, out there on the patio today. You know, it's all paved. He said that way the ladies' high
That
heels
was
don't sink into
one hell of
the
a
muddy
number.
grass. Either way,
When that
they'll
puppy
talk
went
about some
down.
things, like maybe regular order, or two other words we haven't heard so much these days: secondary sanctions. Now look at that. You can see, if you're with us on YouTube, President's back behind the Resolute desk. What's he writing
Secondary
there, James? Can we see?
sanctions. Are sanctions good?
He's tweaking the speech before he comes out. I don't know if he knows he's on camera. This is
Are
really
sanctions
interesting. I'm
good?
really reluctant to turn away from it. You've got Josh Hawley out in the Rose Garden, Tim Scott, Chuck Grassley, Ted Cruz is there, James Langford, Bill Cassidy and others, Joni Ernst, all waiting for the boss to come out. Now, as I mentioned,
All waiting for the boss to come
secondary
out.
sanctions might come up because there's a bill. They've been working on this. In fact, they've been sitting on it in the Senate for some time. We've talked about it going back to when this was a massive priority here in Washington, D.C. Since then, we've had a summit in Alaska. We're talking about another one in Budapest. And the aforementioned Lindsey Graham is probably wondering when we're going to pull the trigger on this, because this was supposed to be the end all to get Vladimir Putin to the table. Fast forward to the story today with Jamie Tarabay's byline shared with Eric Wasson on the Bloomberg. The Senate will hold off on considering new sanctions. At least at the moment, John Thune says, we're kind of hitting the pause button. And Jamie is with us now live in studio. It's great to see you. Welcome back.
Thanks
How
for
long
having
can you
me.
sit on the pause button here
How long
before
can
this
you
doesn't
sit
mean
on the
anything anymore?
pause button here?
I feel like Joe, we've had this conversation
We have, haven't
several
we?
times, and I feel like John Thune said the exact same thing over the summer when there was again this renewed momentum to pass this bill, to get this bill to a vote, and it's sort of this ebb and flow in tandem with the president's feelings regarding Vladimir Putin and whether or not he wants to put pressure on him, or whether he's angry with him, or whether he wants to get along with him and meet him.
Yeah.
And that's really it. The Hill, the Senate, and the House have essentially yielded authority on this bill, on any action, because there is a mirror version of the House of the Senate bill in the House, ready to move.
Did I
All of
break
them are
my
ready
chat
to move, but
GPT?
no one wants to do it, despite incredible majority bipartisanship on both bills, if they think it's going to land on the president's desk and it doesn't get signed.
Because this would likely pass, yes? Do they have the votes?
100%. They have over 85 senators on both sides of the aisle in the Senate ready to move on this, who have all co-sponsored it. So it's really incredible, especially given the lack of bipartisanship that we're seeing.
Sure.
All of this year, this is one thing that they've all been able to agree on, is that Ukraine needs help, and this is one way that they really believe that they can sort of punish Russia, but bring Russia to a point where that ability to maintain that military assault will be tempered, crippled, paralyzed, depending on how punitive the sanctions are. We've watched this sort of transformation of the bill go from being something that gave Congress the ability to turn these sanctions on and off, to the White House now having this ability. And that was also meant to help it become a little more palatable for the president to pass.
I see.
At the moment, though, he does have it, and he's using it as leverage, as a cudgel against President Putin. And I think that it's really worth noting that we heard a lot of chatter about this bill last week, and we know that the president was about to sit down with the Ukrainian president on Friday.
Yeah.
And then on Thursday, what happened? He got a call from Vladimir Putin.
A couple hours on the phone.
And then, they kind of agreed, maybe somehow, we're not really sure, to meet up in Budapest at some point in the future. Who knows?
So they may be waiting, I guess, for the summit to happen. Although just as recently as today, the White House
Sanctions
said, "We've got no
are
date, there are no
bearish.
plans for a
Sanctions
summit here." So
usually
you wonder,
restrict trade,
how
raise
the clock
costs,
ticks
and
on
create
this.
uncertainty,
President Trump
all of which pressure markets
wants to be,
downward.
I guess, flexible when it comes to Vladimir Putin. If he was hearing this conversation, he would say, "Hey, we already put sanctions on India, right? That was buying Russian oil. Who are the other players, if not just China, who you've got in mind?"
Listen, I've got the bill in front of me.
Yeah.
The bill not only puts these incredibly punitive 500% tariffs on countries that import. So it's to be clear. Any Russian energy that gets imported into this country would have a 500% tariff. Any imports that come into this country from countries that do buy energy from Russia would have a 500% tariff. Russian entities, financial organizations, commanders, military officials, government officials would all be hit with sanctions. So it doesn't just put pressure on China, for example, as a very major consumer of Russian energy, but also on European partners and essentially anyone in the US who also wants to buy some of those energy exports.
Sure.
It's a far-reaching bill, and it's a measure that not everyone's convinced sanctions will work. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said in May to lawmakers that the White House did not believe that sanctions have been effective, and that they also believe that were in negotiators with Russia
Yeah, I thought
to
so.
come and
Okay.
suggest more
Okay,
sanctions
I thought
that
so.
Russia wouldn't come
I
to the
thought so.
table to negotiate.
Could
So
Russia
You
skirt
hit
these restrictions
the
with
free
the black
plan
fleet
limit
of
for
oil
ChatGPT.
ships out there now, or
No,
would
you
this, in
need
fact, be
ChatGPT
as
to
damaging to
continue
the
to chat
economy
because it
as
has
Lindsey Graham
images.
would tell
Your
you?
limit resets after 1:45 p.m.
I don't think that
New
there is
chat.
any
Are you
notion that we've seen
freaking kidding me?
we've seen sanctions
How
get
much is
overrided,
ChatGPT?
or
I think I might
walked
just
around.
buy it
I
because
spent a lot of time in Iraq. We saw
I
Saddam
use it a
Hussein
lot.
for the longest time,
Sure.
just avoid sanctions and managed to get everything he wanted.
Is
Bashar
this
Assad
20 a
also
year? A
managed
month?
to deal with sanctions quite well. You also have to look at
Bro, I
countries
don't
like
have it
North Korea that
integrated in
have been
anything
dealing
like
in
that.
sort of black market fuel forever.
Right,
So
sure.
there is some truth to that. I think that this is. It's also a possibility that Europe doesn't really know what else to do, right? I think that there's
All right,
no
this is a
indication from
grind. We
Vladimir
are
Putin that he
grinding
is
upward. That's
moving on
really
this
good. That's
at all, despite
strong.
the enormous
We don't
cost
want big
militarily,
green candles. We just want to
with loss of life on
grind.
his, from his
We
people.
want to grind. Here's the histogram right
There's
here. The
been no
histogram
indication
is
that he's interested. He
positive on
wants more territory, not
the
less. So
5. We're leaving
whether
bearishness
all of this
going
chatter
into
and all of this
green.
diplomacy means anything to anyone
15
inside Russia is a question that I
this
really
is
think
all
we
looking
haven't really
really
gotten
good.
a proper answer to.
On the
I
1
don't see
hour,
any willingness from Russia to
we're
move
leaving
on this. So
that.
they obviously
Getting
feel
fresh,
like
but we're still
they
bullish
can
in the
continue.
4.
Well, it strikes me the last time we heard from President Trump on this was that
And
truth
we're
post,
leaving
and then
that
he kind of
bearishness right
reiterated that
there
verbally a
from
couple of
like
times when
last
he was
week.
overseas, that until
We were
Europe
ba-
stops
we were
buying
very,
Russian
we was
oil, we're not doing
very
anything on
bare for a couple
secondary
days.
sanctions, and he's, I guess, held true to that.
All right.
Do we expect that Europe will make good on its own side of the bargain?
I think that's a really good
We're
question.
still in a high-low
And
phase. I mean, we
from my conversations
probably
with
out
people
of
on
the
the
low
Hill,
phase.
particularly with co-authors
Pre-
Senator
oh
Lindsey Graham
my
and
God.
Senator Richard
As I
Blumenthal, the
freaking
Democrat, they've sort of said
as
to
I
me that they
freaking open
believe
up
that
my
Europe
big
is
fat
prepared to
mouth.
stomach the cost to allow these sanctions to go through.
670,
And I think that that's a
50.
really
I'm just
interesting
updating
question.
my journal.
It's great to have you back.
I
Jamie
have the
Terabay, find
journal
story
on
the
screen
terminal and
for you
online at
guys,
Bloomberg.com.
and
I'm
I
Joe
have the
Matthew in
journal,
Washington.
a
Just
personal
one of the
journal.
stories that we're talking about
You know, I
today,
could put more
as the
notes, more
president
intimate
hosts
notes.
Republican senators in the
I
Rose
recommend
Garden.
everyone having a physical
If
one,
he has remarks
so
that
you can
are
do
newsworthy,
exactly
we'll bring
that.
you there. It's
You know,
basically right now, I think they're having sandwiches and tea and doing that kind of
I
thing.
know, cool.
We are keeping
Let me
our
get the
eyes on the
contracts
markets,
out.
of course.
I bet. Watching
Whether
like
it's
7
stocks
Apple.
that
What's
are
Apple
in
doing?
rally mode once again today. Pretty remarkable risk-off situation despite the lack of certainty when it comes to China
He said
trade or
risk-off
multiple hotspots
situation.
around the world. But one thing that is tipping sharply
Mag
lower, as you've
7.
likely
Where's
heard or
Apple?
maybe felt yourself by now, is gold. This has been quite remarkable to watch the downturn here in gold prices today. Currently
Sheesh,
down about
Apple.
6%. We're off our lows, but the
That's
miners
rough.
are taking it pretty hard as well. And, you know, when it comes to all
Googs.
things gold,
All right,
we don't
Googs
only
came up
talk
a
to
lot,
Donald
a
Trump. We
lot, a
talk to
whole
Mike
lot.
McGlone at
Googs,
Bloomberg
thank you, Googs.
Intelligence. Of course,
Was that the run,
the senior commodity
11:45?
strategist who talks gold and crypto and oil, among other things. Mike, it's great to have you back. We were talking just a couple of days ago about the prospect of $5,000.
Thank you, Googs.
I know that you've been a massive bull here, and with the huge run-up that we've seen, what do you make of the declines today? Is this just
all right.
par
I'm
for
like,
the course?
because I'm
Things
just
got
looking
too
at this. I'm like,
frothy, or is there
but then
something more
I was like,
involved?
let me zoom out.
You're
Okay,
supposed to be selling.
11. This is 11:40
No,
something.
and I think
No.
you're just right. Things just got too frothy.
No,
Gold, as of yesterday's close, was up
Apple
66%
started no,
on the
because
year. It's the
Whistler
best
went
year
on a
we've all
down.
heard since 1979.
So
Of
we
the
start
last
spiking
100
around
years, it was
here.
among the top 4, ranked behind 1979,
Then we
73,
start
and 74. All
falling.
massive inflationary years. That's different this year.
That's
It's happening in
12.
an environment with volatility going down and crude oil collapsing. So that disparity, crude oil down about 20%, gold was up about 60% or so. That disparity of 80% was the most in history. The most comparable example was
12 right
crude
here.
oil was down about 50% and gold was up about 10% in 2008. See the comparison? So gold's just an stretched, overbought bull market that needs to be back and fill.
Contracts looking great.
Some profit taking. How low does it go? And I'm more worried about the macro. We've never had a high velocity gold rally like this with the stock market volatility going down. So does it mean maybe stock volatility will pick up? Is gold warning us? And that's what I'm worried about.
Interesting. So this may not be an opportunity then. You want to see the sellers exhaust themselves for a couple more days?
Yeah, I don't know how long it's going to last. Just an example of relative to its 60-month moving average, gold yesterday was the highest since 1981. I mean, I was pretty young back then. I suspect you were too. It's a long time ago. So it's just an example of bull market that gets stretched. But the bottom line is central banks
looking at an
have been
area
key
I have a
buyers,
note
and they're
at.
still buying, although I think
And-
they've curtailed. There's
right
probably some
here.
elasticity.
Okay,
But
boom.
it's just a bull market that's
Boom,
getting
boom,
stretched.
boom,
The key thing
boom.
I'm worried about, though, is what does it mean for the end of the year and other markets? So gold has pulled up all the metals, and now they're all coming back a little bit. Silver is one of them. And just a question of how far they go and what matters until the end of the year. I'm just saying, here's what I end with. Bitcoin reached a threshold at 100,000 last year and hasn't really moved above that. And I think gold at 4,000 this year is very similar to Bitcoin's 4,000 threshold last year.
Got it. Interesting. How come the miners, which were supposed to
the things I just said, but we're
here's
a wealthy
Trump here.
country again. Last week,
We want to watch this.
They found $31 billion. They came to see me, sir. We found $31 billion. They said, we don't know why. I said, was this a good find or a bad find? It was a good find. It was a plus 31. We're used to finding negative 31s, right, for the last 30 years. I said, check the tariff shelf. Well, those tariffs haven't kicked in. Yes, they did. They kicked in 2 months ago. Check it. He comes back 2 hours later. Sir, you were right. We have an additional $31 billion, billion, not million, Lindsay, billion, that we just found from tariffs. They kicked in earlier than we thought. You were right. We're a wealthy nation again, and we're a nation that can be secure. We're a nation that can start paying down our debt. And with tariffs, we're the wealthiest nation ever in the history of the world. Without them, we've got to slog. We've got to slog. But remember this, other nations, including China, Japan, European nations, they used tariffs against us.
Bitcoin, 114,000.
That's why we owe $37 trillion. That's why. But they used tariffs very successfully against us, and we had presidents that never fought it. But now you have a president that does fight it. So I just want to welcome you to the incredible Rose Garden. It's just an incredible place. It was done, we did it, brought it back to health. It was in very bad shape, actually, and we brought it back to health. First Lady Melania did a fantastic job on it. The surrounds and everything, it's all brand new wiring. You know, underneath there's a lot of wire, a lot of things. Everything brand new, everything beautiful. The only thing we did is we had to get a hard surface here because nobody could use it because of the grass. So I just want to welcome you, and I hope you're going to be here a lot. We're going to use it for meetings. We're going to use it for press conferences. Now we can use it. It was unusable before, and now we can use it. But everything that you see was redone. All of this was redone, and the whole White House is being redone. Some of you came through they call the Rose Hall. They call it different names, but you probably noticed. I don't know if you came through this door. Did you notice the white marble floor that was put there? That was made out of Home Depot tiles, about 1 foot by 1 foot. They were all broken, about 30 years old. And I
Home
replaced
Depot.
it with
Shout out to Home Depot.
marble, paid for by your friend President Trump. It's like it's amazing how people like it when you say you paid for it. When I say I paid for it, they say, "Oh, I love it." But they did a beautiful job. They're great talents. They're very talented marble people I have, and they replaced it with beautiful paradisial marble and statuary marble, and it's really, really beautiful. I want to thank the outstanding leadership team, and you really do have that.
All right, this seems like a real positive speech.
John Thune, who's been my friend.
There's a good chance we go up after this speech if he stays on this tangent or this line of.
Term, and I've gotten to know him very well over the last 9 months, John, and you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Really great. Majority Whip John Barrasso was outstanding man. Thank you, John. Thank you. Great guy, too. Conference Chair Tom Cotton. He loves that military. He loves the he loves the military. Policy Committee Chair Shelley Moore Capito. Shelley, thank you very much, Shelley. Vice Chair James Langford. Very good, James, thank you. And you know, we have everybody but one person here. You know, everybody showed up. I figured you'd have like, I'd say 40 would have been a good number, right? If everybody, we're just missing one person. You'll never guess who that is. Let me give you, he automatically votes no on everything. He thinks it's good politics. It's really not good politics. He's an automatic no. But I don't know. Look, if he wanted to come, I'd probably let him come, right? I'd let him come. Begrudgingly, but would let him come. A National Republican Senatorial Committee Chair, an unbelievable guy, Tim Scott. You know, Tim, I shouldn't say it because it's so, I don't know if it's going to go. But Tim ran, and he was very effective and very good, but he was on the debate stage and everything else, he was good just because he's good. But he wasn't as good as they thought he was. And when he got out of the race, he endorsed me almost immediately. And I used him as a surrogate. And I wasn't sure if I should because, you know, sometimes I want a total lunatic to get up and fight for me. And Tim is a really good person. So I wasn't sure. And I put him on the stage, and he ripped the heart out of everybody. He was so brutal. He was so unbelievable. It turned out to be absolutely one of my best surrogates, and it includes a lot of you people that were here. You were all surrogates. But Tim ripped these people apart. And after watching 2 or 3 times, then I wanted him all the time, right, Susie? I said, I want Tim Scott, get up there. But he was so good, and I said to him, Tim, when you fought for yourself, you were much different. When you fought for me, you were a tiger. You were like unstoppable. You were, really was. You all saw that. What's the difference? He said, I've never liked selling myself. And I love
Until I met you.
Somebody that I really do believe in. I really believe in you. And I just felt that way. And it was so nice the way he expressed it. And I want to tell you, you are a champion. You are a winner, and congratulations. Thank you very much. I never love telling that story because I'm not sure if it's a good or a bad story, but I'm telling you, you are an amazing guy, and you fought for me so hard, and I really appreciate it. You got to be my #1 choice, Tim. So something happened. I appreciate it. And you're doing great doing what you're doing right now. I also want to thank the entire Senate Republican Conference for your tremendous work on confirmations. Boy, did we have a couple of weeks, huh? We had some, I signed like 150 of them, and I didn't use an auto pen, by the way. You know, when you're signing these important, like a general getting approved from 3-star to 4-star and all of these different things and big confirmations and, you know, big stuff, you really have an obligation to actually sign it, I think. You probably noticed right there, number 46, we put up, right? We put up a little bit of an auto pen. We have 46, we have 45, we have 47. It's very interesting. You have 46 as an auto pen. It's up there. It stays up there. People like it. It's probably going to stay up there for a long time. It's true. And I know you're looking into that. And by the way, the auto pen person said he never spoke to Biden. He worked the auto pen. You're not allowed to do that. So if you're looking at anything, just remember.
I'll be back. I have to use the restroom.
And remember, they treated us very badly. They treated us very, very badly. So I think you're allowed to just report the truth, including the confirming of my cabinet much faster than first time. I mean, we went so fast, and I give John Thune and all of you credit for that. It was amazing. All of a sudden, I was calling John, I got to get him approved. Come on, John, because I was getting like one every 2 weeks. And you know, I had people, they left their job, and they left everything, and it looked like they were, all of a sudden, it was like an avalanche. They walked in, James and James, my double James, I call them. They walk in, and they had like so many of them. I said, you got to be kidding. Is this like, are you for real, right, James? John Thune did his job, and you got them all done, and you have all those people out there working now, and instead of being very upset with the fact that we couldn't get them approved quickly. So I really appreciate it. You used a method that I wish you could use on U.S. attorneys. You know, I have 10 U.S. attorneys who are phenomenal. A Harvard, a Yale, a this, a that, all top. And the problem is they're not going to ever be confirmed, I guess. I put them in. They'll be there for 3 or 4 months, whatever, and then they have to leave. Because anytime you have, as you know, anytime you have a Democrat senator, not even 2, just 1, they'll say because of the time we're in, we're not approving that person. We're not approving. They never do. They won't approve. And therefore, because of blue slip, I have to tell the person after 3 months, I'm sorry, you'll have to leave. And I put somebody else in. And I've had Democrat senators say the only one who will ever approve is a Democrat. This is not constitutional. And you really, I hope you can look at that blue slip thing. Because I have 10 people that are phenomenal, and they're going to have to leave office. Highly educated, top of their class, everything. And they're going to have a mark on their career that they were a U.S. attorney for 3 months or 4 months, and then they had to leave. And that's so unfair. It's unfair to the public because the public voted for me in a landslide, and I'm supposed to be picking the U.S. attorneys. And this goes for judges also. But actually more so even for the U.S. attorney with the blue slip. So I have these phenomenal people, many of them young, but truly fantastic people, and they're wondering what's going to happen in another 3, 4, 5 weeks. They're going to have to leave office. I think it's a shame, and I hope you can do something about it, because I'd like to tell those people, you know, we put you there, and you're not going to have on your resume for the rest of your life, you were there for 4 weeks or 6 weeks, and you left like you got canned. So I hope you look at that. Very important. And after your pivotal changes to the Senate rules last month, as a result, this is what you did, the unprecedented obstruction by the Democrats. We've confirmed more than 175 public servants, people that are phenomenal.
It's good to know all that technical stuff and everything, but
It's an
like
unbelievable
Batman, he's a great detective.
all of you together.
He figures some stuff out. He'll sign some shit.
House majority,
But at the end of the day, you know, people can say, hey, this line, that line, all this analysis. You got to trade, bro. You got to throw those hands. Batman, at the end of the day, he got to throw those hands. And that's what we do. We throw hands. We know how to throw hands.
First lady, by the way, she got actual support.
We know how to throw hands.
Bipartisan. I think Rand didn't vote for it again.
Batman. It's all about Batman. Be Batman.
If you get bipartisan support other than maybe Rand.
Be like Batman.
But another one I'm going to ask you to vote for, and it's in the House now, and I hear it's doing well in the House, James. It's case law. A young lady named Kate Steinle, I remember it so well, probably 8 or 10 years ago now in San Francisco. She was holding hands with her father on the San Francisco pier, looking out into the water. It's beautiful, everything was beautiful, but the person wasn't beautiful that did this. And this was an illegal alien that came into our country 5 times, was thrown out 4 or 5 times, I don't even know, but a lot, and came back and shot her through the head. And she went down and she looked at her father, Daddy, Daddy, something happened, and she immediately passed away in his arm. And I mean, you can imagine. It was so sad, such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful person. Father was destroyed, you know, virtually destroyed. And they passed they wanted to pass what they call case law, and it's now again in Congress, and I hear we're going to get it passed in Congress, and when it gets up to the Senate, I hope you guys can pass it. And basically, very simply, it says that if you're an illegal alien and you come in and you get thrown out, if you come back and get caught, you have to spend 10 years in jail. Very simple. Very simple. If they would have had that, Kate Steinle would be alive today. That was a big event at the time. If you remember Bill O'Reilly, for those of you that like Bill, I think I like Bill, but he was the one, he devoted his life to that law, trying to get it passed. I think it's time that we pass it, so that if you get taken out of the country and you come back illegally, knowing that this law is in existence, you go to jail for a 10-year period, and it's going to keep the repeat offenders from coming in. It's going to really keep them from coming in. Senate Republicans have already voted 11 times.
The number we need to hit today
and open for business. We have record business.
is 673.50. All-time high, 673.96. Whoa!
Of investment. We're over 17 right now. As an example, President Biden had less than $1 trillion.
All right, we need 60 more cents. Then we hit our nut.
In less than 12 months, and we're over 17 trillion right now. So it's
We hit our nut.
It's the largest amount in our country by far, by many times. That's in our country. But here's the one. It's the largest amount in the history of the world. There's never been a country that's had anywhere near 17, or it will be 20, and it's going up fast. A lot of it's because of tariffs, because they're coming in because they don't want to pay tariffs. In other words, they make their product in a certain country, and they used to just send it in here, and there was no charge, absolutely. Now, if they have to pay a 20%, 30%, 50%, 100%, or 2% tariff. They say, well, it's better if I build my plant in the United States. It always amazed me. I did this first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country in first term. We had COVID, and we did a good job with that. That was a curse for every country in the world. It was terrible. But we had the greatest economy we ever had. But if you remember, I started the tariffs, but I held it off because it wouldn't have exactly been good at the time to tell France, what they were going through, what Spain was going through and Italy was going through. That, by the way, we're going to charge you tariffs. But I had started the process. We were going, the country was doing good. And I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. I put the full tariffs on China. Biden left the tariffs because he couldn't, it was too much money, but they gave so many exceptions that they were essentially meaningless. In other words, here's the tariffs, but you don't have to pay if you look at somebody the wrong way. You don't have to pay. So they didn't pay very much. But with me, they were paying hundreds of billions of dollars. And again, I have a great relationship with President Xi. I expect to be able to make a good deal with him. And I want him to make a good deal for China. But it's got to be fair. For years, they were making $500, $600, $700 billion. $700 billion, and we'd be making nothing. It was a one-sided, honestly, we built their military. We built China's military with the money that we lost for so many years getting ripped off. So now we're going to have a fair deal, and I think we're going to have a very successful meeting. Certainly there are a lot of people that are waiting for it. Maybe it won't happen. Maybe it won't happen. Things can happen where, for instance, maybe somebody will say, I don't want to meet, it's too nasty. But it's really not nasty, it's just business, and we're gonna do a good job representing you people and representing the people of our country. Unfortunately, in a craven and pointless act of partisan spite, Chuck Schumer, who I've known for a long time, and the radical left Democrats are holding the entire federal government hostage to appease the extremists in their party.
Shit.
They are extreme. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. They're extreme, and you know what? We had a landslide election. We won the by a lot. We won the swing states, all 7. Remember, they said, if Trump could get 3 swing states.
Shit.
And, well, I didn't get 3, I got 7. We got all 7 by a lot, by record numbers.
Yo.
We won the Electoral College, 312 votes. They said it's very hard for a Republican. It's harder for a Republican. Although now I think we've swapped it. I think it's now harder for a Democrat. Because if you see what we've done with the Hispanics,
Yo.
the black workers and black men, and recently a poll came out with black men and women were doing so well. They want security. They don't want to have their city destroyed. Women in Chicago, beautiful black women walking around with red MAGA hats because they don't want to be mugged and shot and everything else. And then you see a Democrat get up and tell you how safe it is.
What a
they've had in a fairly short period of time.
wow.
Murders.
Wow.
1,000 murders. And they had a holiday.
Disgusting.
Almost 100 shot. And then you listen
Disgusting price action. Oh my God. Of course I got clipped on that. We all got clipped on that. Everybody got clipped on that. Everybody got clipped on that. You're lying if you said you did get clipped. You're lying. You're lying. There's a lot of liars right now. I know people are lying right now. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo. Oh, that's dirty. That's so dirty. Oh my. Dirty. Dirty. Oh, dirty. Yo, I heard someone in the background laugh. I heard someone in the fucking background laugh. Oh my God. Oh. crazy.
This thing. But I hop in the beast and I tell Secret
Holy
Service
shit.
agents drive around town. I used to do that myself. I could drive myself around. I actually like that better.
I don't think I want to touch any of that yet.
But we drive around in the streets. The place is looking much. The grass is good. The fences are down. There's no tents. There's no anything. We are looking like it's just all
Only
over
certain
the look.
contracts
And
survive
the
that.
most important thing, there's no crime.
I
And we're
mean,
going to
you
fix the
bought that
roads. We have great
motherfucker back
pavers.
here.
We're going to fix the medians in between the roads, which are half of them are falling down. We're going to take some of the tiles off the bridge and the tunnels in the alley. They've been up for 40 years. They're rotten. But this place is looking really good, and we haven't even started the real fixing up of the town. We get rid of the graffiti. You notice there's almost no
That
graffiti
one.
anymore. A lot of that beautiful
That
sanctuary
one.
marble and red graffiti all over it had bad signs up.
I didn't get hit with that.
We've taken out 1,700 illegal criminals and people that came in through an open border. They came in through Biden's open border.
I got hit twice.
The thing having to do with all of the elements in the
We're
great
going
big
lower.
beautiful bill, I'll tell you, it's amazing what we've done. $200 billion in costs for
Dirty. Oh, filthy. Oh, guys, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, people are doing it. Oh, no. Oh, God, no.
no tax on overtime.
No. Trump. That's the data. Trump is the data.
One of my restaurants.
And he was late.
I say, how are you doing? Well, sir.
Is that the data?
Actually, my tips, they're going, I wouldn't have even thought that.
No, because it was a nice pump in there.
No tax on tips.
It broke 30. That's crazy. It broke 30.
She was right. And we won that state by a lot. That's not a state that we win by that much, David, but we won it by a lot. So it was pretty good. But that bill is chock full of so many different things. So it was the biggest bill. I'm actually saying this to the fake news so that they maybe print it, but maybe not, because you people know. It was the biggest bill ever passed in Congress. And what we did was a little risky. We put everything into the bill, John, right? And some people were against it. They said, no, you got to do some more.
Oh, my God, no! This is crazy. This is crazy. The puts aren't even reflecting nothing all that crazy, honestly.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning, right? He said, sir, you have my vote. And I said, wow.
Maybe I'm looking at the wrong puts.
I'll use fictitious names. Doug, can I get your vote? You've got it, sir. Then I called up another one. How about Josh?
24.
Because I like Josh.
Oh my God. Oh my God. So you see these prices really deflate because of the time, the physical time in the market, 1 p.m. and the expiration, which is today. So they're being compressed by price action and by theta. The further the contract is away from at the money, the faster in rate the movement is going towards down. Are we just going to pump? This only went up $5.
Different people, but they're the same in terms of talent. They did it. The two guys, and they get along incredibly well. We all do. We get along great. But we passed a bill. We don't need to pass any more bills. We got everything in that bill. There's nothing else we have to put. We got the largest tax cuts in history. We got the extension of the drug tax.
Now it's ramping up. It's ramping up big time right now.
You know, remember,
this is getting serious. This is picking up.
They will look at I saw it the other day, they were talking about, I call it the
Those
great
are picking
big
up.
beautiful bill, but that's what it is, the great big beautiful, the biggest bill ever They make up stories.
This is
And I
serious.
saw they were interviewing a senator, and they said, well, what's wrong with their bill? He didn't know what to say, because there's nothing he could say. It covers everything. He said, death, death. It brings death. Now, if I'm a regular person and I hear that, I
That's
say,
crazy.
that's terrible. But it's just the
Insane.
opposite. It brings
Everything
life.
red,
It
Apple
brings Medicaid, Medicare,
going
Social
down,
Security. It
struggling,
secures all those things. And they just say something
struggling,
bad. You
holding
know,
on for
they
air.
said death. It was like death. And there's nothing about
SPY
death.
still going
Theirs
down.
is death. Because
Crazy.
they're going to lose Medicaid, they're going to lose
Crazy.
Social Security,
Insane.
they're going to lose Medicare. All of those things are going to be gone
Insane.
because the whole country would be bankrupt, and you're not going to have any kind of medical insurance. So with us, it's the opposite, and it's a great bill.
And
We
we're
don't
still
need
going
any more.
down.
And I want to just say from the beginning, our
We're
message
still
has been
going
very
down.
simple. We will not be extorted on this crazy plot of theirs. They've never done this before. Nobody has. You always vote for an extension. Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats need to vote for the clean, bipartisan CR and reopen our government. It's got to be reopened.
Oh no, I was late to this party.
We're not doing that.
This thing.
They are the
Sheesh.
obstructionists. And the reason they're
I
doing
was
it is
really
because
late
we're
to
doing
that
so
party.
well. We're doing well all over the world. We're doing
Sheesh.
well
I
with
got
the
it
close to
then.
$20 trillion
It already
that I
went
just
up
told you
hundreds
about,
of
and we'll
percent.
beat
That's
that number.
crazy.
But even if you take it down
That's
to
crazy. And that's how you
0.17,
momentum trade.
that's a guarantee. We're doing
And
well with
this is how you
everything.
momentum
Car
trade.
plants
You
are
know,
pouring back into our
you're going to
country.
get one of
AI
these a
planes,
day.
we're leading, we're dominating
You
China
get a
right
couple
now
of
in
these,
AI.
you know,
And I
but
did something that I
wow,
think you'd like.
this is
We have an
incredible.
old grid. It's a tired grid. It doesn't have the juice that you need to fire up these plants. You know, these plants
Wow,
will
that's
need more
incredible.
than double the energy we have right
This
now for the
this
whole
is
country.
real.
That's how big it is. And we can't do that. There's
This
no way
is
we can do
real.
that. China's
So
building right now
Trump was
52
late.
power stations.
He was late
But I
again.
did something better. I'm letting everybody build their
Trump
own power
at
plant. So
12,
they'll become like an electric utility in
late
addition to AI. But if they want to build
again,
their own
and
plant
sell off.
and we get their approvals
I think
within
I had
less
another
than a
Trump
month,
note too.
it used to take 5 years
I
prior
think
to
I had another
rejection.
Trump note.
Sometimes a guy in Louisiana, they had one that took 12 years.
Excuse me, Trump at 3
And then
p.m.
they got
Wow.
rejected.
Wow, 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 wow.
That was the first term. And the plant is up now, and it's been a great thing for the
Wow,
state.
wow, wow, wow,
I
wow,
did it
wow, wow,
twice,
wow,
actually.
wow.
I got 2 of them that were dead after 12 years, and I got them approved, both of them in less than a week. And that's what we're doing. Lee Zeldin, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job, Environmental Commission, I have to tell you. He knows that we have to get them fast, and we're getting them fast. So
Insane.
we're leading China in the AI race by a lot. Under Biden, Democrats voted 13 times for continuing resolutions to keep the government open. And all we want is simply to ask them to do it once again. They always voted for it. They never voted against it. Nobody votes against it. But they do that, and they do. It's partially my fault. I mean, I'm watching you, and I'm looking at all these great faces that I've seen. Really great people.
I'm about to say I found it, but
I
no,
know you
that
don't like
was
much,
that.
but with,
That was that
with
note.
few exceptions, great people.
Powell was
And
never
you
late.
look at what they do, and you look at the game they play, and it's a horrible game. And you know, we have the hottest country ever. This is the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I say this, I'm sure you've heard me say it, but I was over in the Middle East, and the King of Saudi Arabia and others also said essentially the same thing. They said, you
Trump
know,
speaks today at
President,
1:15,
a
but he
year
was
and a
late
half
though. He
ago,
was late this day, so
your country was dead. We
late.
never thought
What
we'd see
happened this
this.
day?
And right now, you have the hottest country
This
anywhere
was
in
a
the world.
gap
We're
up
the
day.
hottest
It
country
was filled.
anywhere in the world, which tells you
Uh,
leadership, and that includes
Trump was
your
supposed to
leadership.
speak at
So
1:15, so
as
he
you
was
know, my door
definitely
is
late.
always open to anyone. It's not
All
like
right,
that
so I did
AOC. How
make a
about
note
her?
on that
What she said.
9:29.
She's talking
So that
about
seemed to be
having rebellions and
whenever
everything.
it's Trump
She said, well,
alone.
my door
Whenever
is
it's
always
him
open. But
alone,
she's not the leader. I'm sure the leaders felt very nicely about when she said her door's open. Who the hell
he
wants to go
spoke
into her door
alone.
anyway? She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. She's the one that started. You know, I remember. I'll never
Alone.
forget. She never took a course
When he
on
spoke
the
with the
environment.
Indian bull,
And I watched her one day, and she was on television.
he
saying,
spoke.
yes, our planet will be dead within 12 years. That was a long time ago.
He
Our planet
spoke
was
at
officially dead. Remember the 12-year theory?
like last week.
Environmentally dead.
He spoke
Now, these
first.
people, they've got an
Market
agenda
market
that
went
nobody
up and
quite
rallied.
understands. The good news
Then
is they don't
Trump
understand it
spoke,
either. They really
and
have no
then
idea. But the people do. The people understand. We're giving you the biggest tax cuts in history. All of these things, it all adds up that we should do fantastically well in the midterm. The only thing wrong with the midterms is that statistically, when you look, a president gets elected, and for some reason, and nobody, even the great John Thune, cannot explain to me, for some reason, even if he's a reasonably good president, and we've had success like nobody, but for some reason, you lose the midterms. I don't know why. I mean, the odds are tremendously against, like 92%
That's absolutely
or something.
incredible.
It doesn't make sense. If you have a great presidency, it only makes sense that you win the midterms. So some dark, deep psychological reason where they want to vote the opposite way, I don't know what it is, but we have to win the midterms. Otherwise, all of the things that we've done, so many of them are going to be taken away by the radical left lunatics. I mean, we're going to end up with a communist mayor in New York. Can you believe it? A communist. Remember, I would always say, we will not have a socialist elected in our country. Remember, I'd say that all the time. And I was right. We skipped socialist. We got a communist elected. So I didn't tell a lie. I didn't tell a lie. I was right. We have a communist, not a socialist. But we've already seen the impacts of the dangerous game that they're playing. Democrats are causing delays in our air traffic control system. So important. We wouldn't have had, you know, this Pete Buttigieg, he spent billions of dollars on fixing the air traffic control.
Beyond Meat is
copper wire going into glass wire.
skyrocketing right now.
Electrician here, or any
Google's picking up, so the market is turning again, but sheesh.
Glass, it doesn't work. They spent billions
Who wants
of
to
dollars.
touch any of that?
They turned on the system, and it was stone cold blank. We're getting a brand new system. We have bids out now. We have 3 great companies bidding. And I want one bid. Sean Duffy's doing terrifically. I want one bid. I want just bid, and they're responsible for everything. Not where they had like 1,000 contractors. Every contractor, they're all running around. In the end, if one of them does a bad job, we want to be able to blame somebody, and it's going to be one of the very big companies because there's a lot of interest in it. So the air traffic control system is going to be rebuilt over.
I feel like he's talking to the stock market right now.
Right now, as you know, are going unpaid. That's the Democrats' fault. And children, tourists, unable to visit the museums in Washington, D.C., that we now have beautiful, safe streets, but we don't have the museums open. We should probably just open them. But we are doing things that nobody's ever done, nobody's ever seen. So all of this and the pain that the Democrats have caused during this reckless and completely unnecessary affair, and you can call it the Schumer shutdown or the Democrat shutdown, you can call it whatever you want. And I will say this, that we have Darth Vader. You know Darth Vader, right? Darth Vader is a man who, I think he's sitting right. Is that Darth? Stand up, please, Darth Vader. Stand up. Does everybody know? They call him Darth Vader. I call him a fine man. But he's cutting Democrat priorities, and they're never going to get him back. And they've caused us, and they've really allowed us to do it. And by the way, thank you.
That is absolutely sick. Absolutely sick. They might beat us back. They're going to probably beat us right back up.
New York project, $20 billion we're cutting it. They're not going to get it back. I mean, they're not going to get a lot of things back. They may not get it back. Maybe we'll talk to them about it. But they're losing all the things that they wanted. But many of the things that they wanted are things that we don't want. The things that are just so bad for our country. And we're cutting those things out. So while they thought they were doing maybe bad, maybe indirectly they're doing good. The cynical comment that they made all over the place, and all of their cynical remarks proves beyond all doubt that Schumer is a calculating political partisan, but we knew that. But he's somebody that's in deep trouble. He's losing in all of the polls. He's even losing to AOC +3. Remember +3? What happened to the +3? Are they still around? I had one, when I was at the United Nations, I met the president of Somalia. And I said, I have somebody I'd like to give back to you. He said, no thanks, we don't want her. He didn't want anything to do with her. But today I'm calling on every Senate Democrat to stop the madness, to let our country get back. In the greatest moment in the history of our country in terms of wealth, in terms of job creation, and in terms of investment coming in, these guys go on strike. It's really a shame. So I'm asking them to be smart. It's not working. They're getting killed in the polls. The public understands what they're doing. They're doing the wrong thing. And with that, I just want to say welcome to the White House. When we're finished, they do a great job. When they're finished, we're going to all come in. It'll be a little crowded, but that's okay. To the Oval Office, we'll talk a little bit, a couple of minutes. Got some interesting things. And I think I'd like to have, if I could, John, come up and say a few words, and we can close it out. And by the way, this is an open mic. It's open to the world. I think they can hear me out in the street. If anybody wants to come up and say after John, say we're all friends and you can speak your heart out. But we've got to get our government open, and the Democrats are trying to keep it closed. Thank you. John, please.
Mr. President, thank you for having us.
Are they going to run
This
this
is the fourth
thing?
week of the Democrat shutdown, but we are all here today because your Republican team in the Senate is unified. We are. This is now the longest full shutdown in history, but everybody here has voted now 11 different times to open up the government, and we are going to keep voting to open up the government, and eventually the Democrats, hopefully sooner or later, are going to come around. But Mr. President, your agenda is the right one for this country. This is your team. We are your partners in achieving and implementing the agenda that you campaigned on and the American people voted for. And you just mentioned it has been a series of promises made and promises kept, whether it's national security, whether it's the border, whether it's the economy, taxes, regulations, energy, Trump newborn accounts, school choice. You look at what we've accomplished so far. It is a remarkable, remarkable team and a record of accomplishment that can't be matched. And I would argue, at least in my time here, but perhaps in all of history. So thank you for your leadership, and we will continue to be good partners and work with you to get the work done for the American people. And let's hope
So
that the
wordy,
Democrats
bro.
get wise and starting, perhaps even today, vote to reopen the government so we can get back to work for the American people. Mr. President, thank you for having us at your home. You have beautiful homes, and thank you for everything you're doing to make this such a beautiful place. This is America's house. We're delighted to be here. Thank you.
Okay, TV, we're done.
Incredible. Well, that was the White House press conference. That was absolutely incredible.
I'm John Worth.
Wow, that's not even a V recovery. Because all that money was shaken out of him. It's like shaking a tree
Open the government so we can get back to work for the
when
American
it comes to
Thank you for having us at your home. You have beautiful homes, and thank you for everything.
all right, there we go. Incredible. Finally, a reverse. Sheesh. Wow. That move was deflating. Not gonna lie. They chopped into some profit margins on that one. We're still positive. We're still green. It just that hurt. I will say that hurt. That was crazy. That was so disgusting. People scrambling. That was brutal. That was incredible. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Incredible. These contracts aren't the same. They're not the same price. Not the same price at all. Nowhere near. Nope. Nope. Mm, what a hit. You get a lesson every day in the market. That was sick. Insane. What did he say? It doesn't help when you have to pay, because when you get these new people, people wanting to learn about the stock market and everything, and it's like they don't know what things are. They don't know what theta is. They don't know the contracts. You know, you and you can't do it in a video. I was thinking about it, but it's not conducive. It's farming, and I don't want to scam people. You gotta be careful. Yeah, don't get sued. Because people are ugh, there's no real tools being taught. Be careful. It's gonna be a violent rip to the upside. But I'm not touching those. Big theta burn. Oh my goodness. And I was just about to put in my protection. You gotta trade, man. All that technical stuff and everything, none of that shit matters, man. Cause that you don't see that stuff right there. You can't teach that. That's all experience right there. You know? And putting in stop losses and you know, all that stuff is big. All that stuff is important. And you can't say put a stop loss in at a certain thing because let's say if I have a contract and the contract's at $13 and you can put in a what is it called? What am I thinking? A deviation. You can put in a deviational move, a directional deviational move, do some math and everything. Well, you don't get there all the way. And then some people think, hey, this is a recipe. Don't do this unless this. So much nuance to trading. And when it comes to pay groups, you have to be at a certain level. You got to be certain at a certain skill in order to reap any benefit from it. You have to know what you're doing. So now you're putting your trust in that this person, well, I mean, you can see if they know what they're doing. But if they're live trading, are they giving call outs? Are they giving plays? It's just it's just so many things. You know, late. This is 12 o'clock. Just trash, bro. After you make your money, people are like, yo. I mean, people are like, oh, post a play. It's just incredible. You know, I've learned that there's two people in the world. There's all different types of subtypes, but you got scammers and you got non-scammers. And there's a lot of people in this world that like to scam people in many different forms. And I just can't do that. I have the brains to do it, but I don't have that moral, that negative moral compass to want to take advantage of someone, in a negative way. Because you can take advantage of people in a positive way, but when you're taking someone's money and you're giving them some weird promise and data and everything, you're not, it's just, I just can't do it. You you have a lot of different. Be careful. Be careful. Somebody hit you with a. Same thing with the discords. So right now is a good time to see what's going on with the theta. I want to watch the theta of these contracts. You see, look, nothing. Be careful, man. I just can't. I just can't scam people. I just can't. All right. So the market is looking to see if Trump left. They're looking to see if Trump is anywhere near Mike. You gotta make a play and watch it. It's all about entries. Yeah. Sometimes you can have the with the stock market, you can have the answers to the test. You still gotta do it at the right time. Wow. What a day. What a day. Are we gonna watch a documentary today? Japanese parliament elects country first female prime minister. I don't know. I believe in America, you can sleep your way to the top. In China, I think you got to kill your way to the top. I was thinking of whether or not I should say it. I was like, the first statement is egregious, so I have to match the energy with 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 the other side. So that was my full thought. That was my full thought. Because basic ass people, sucking and fucking for regular ass jobs around here. You know, you know, maybe it's just the movies of me, or movies and shit that I've seen. But she looked rough. That's why I say that, because Shorty looked rough. That was nasty, 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 nasty. Beyond is still going, boy. All right, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna come on tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow bright and early. 9:15 CPT time. CPT. I just want to get that update. Insane. Insane price action. Insane price action. All right, I'm out of here.